Hi, welcome one and all to this long-awaited program on AI, ML, IoT, cloud computing, blockchain. And in the next few weeks and months, we are going to have a team of trainers coming in who will engage with each of you to try to upskill us all on these new technologies, these new platforms, that have really come in. Gratitude to Dr. Inamdar and Sri Tanvirji for initiating this. And this is really the call of the day because students these days are quite grappled, especially when they finish their engineering or graduation, etc. They're quite in the crossroads. Unemployment rate also has increased almost 20-30%. And it's a good time for us to try to move into newer technologies. A lot of layoffs happen because of newer trends coming in and people not having the knowledge. And it's a great initiative that children from 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th are slowly getting into the groove of the new latest trends and technologies in the world, which will, needless to say, have a great forbearing and a great vision as they move ahead. It is said that long back, somebody asked Bill Gates, what is the secret of his success? And he said that he started computers at the age of 10 thanks to his aunt who was working in IBM, and they had this big mammoth computer that was there in his place back in US. And because he started fiddling around with the computer at the age of 10 or 11, slowly he started getting into it and had an advantage over others as and when he became 16, 17, 18. And that's the idea that if students at this age get even a glimpse of the new technologies, we don't make the masters, but at least they get a sort of a inkling, a glimpse of the new technologies. They'll be able to move ahead. When they cross the age of 18, 19, they'll be at a great advantage, as they move ahead. So with that short introduction, I thought I'll kickstart this entire program. My name is Dr. Deepak, and I'm based in Hyderabad, the founder of TechnoSpirit. And as I said, we have a great team of trainers who's going to be engaged with you. The first month, May 2nd to May 31st, is where we are going to run the teacher training program, which is what we're going to start today, in multiple time slots which will be given to you through your communication. And to begin this, I just want to introduce the master trainers. Now you'll notice the master trainer is quite young, and it's very important to understand that when learning something new, we need to go with the masters of that particular trait and trend. For example, a while ago I learned scuba diving from a 21-year-old person. Okay, so or singing from again a very young person. So it's important to not judge a person by the age, but by the content and the knowledge that they have. So we're going to introduce our young master trainers. The first one is Johnny. So he's going to take care of AI, ML, IoT. Yeah, okay. He'll come to you later. The second one is Manvi. She is into blockchain. And the third one is Bharat, into cloud computing. So these are the three which will kickstart this entire session in the next month or so. And with that short intro, I'm going to hand it over to the three teams. So we're going to, I think, start here with AI ML, and parallelly we're going to do blockchain in another place. So just give us a minute until we kind of get this ready. Yeah. So here's wishing you all the best for a great learning. Feel free to ask a lot of questions, either in the chat, and even after 2 o'clock, if you have some doubts, they're here full time, staying here. So if you have any doubts, feel free to meet them in person, because there's always a personal touch when you meet somebody in person and kind of get things done. So go through the session, do your homework, assignments, meet them in person, get as much as possible, and then we kickstart the program slowly but surely to transform the entire campus into a tech-ready and a future visionary campus. Thank you so much. Yeah. Is it okay? Voice came through?
Good morning to one and all. Thank you so much for joining the PAI ICT Academy Teachers Training for the year 2024. It is a great initiative by Dr. P.A. Namdar sir and Tanvir Namdar sir. Almost 1100 students and teachers are taking the benefit of it. So we will start the live session within 5 to 10 minutes. By that time you all can settle down. Welcome once again and thank you so much.
కొంచెం అవుతుందో లేదో చెప్పవా? Yeah, welcome back, people. I would like to introduce myself as Deepak sir told. So I am Johnny Sukhavan Rao. I'm the senior technical manager from Joint Robotics. So if any, I would like to see the chat. Yeah, good morning. So everyone can hear me, right? Is there any noise issue or something is there? Please let me know in the chat box. I will be available. Yeah, right. So yeah, I am from Joint Robotics. So I'll be taking your AI, IoT, and machine learning classes just for this month. So I'm gonna introduce about the programming first, and then we're gonna go into programming platform, which is very easy to program and debug there itself. And we're gonna have an interactive session, hopefully, and I'm gonna show you what is a microcontroller, the hardware parts. As you all know, we are integrating like IoT is nothing but we are integrating hardware to the software products, so we can do the interaction, right? Audio. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start with PictoBlocks. It is a coding platform where we're gonna learn this AI. And so first of all, I would like to start with what is AI. So AI is nothing but intelligence, which is we are creating artificially by communicating with the devices that we have, just like a mobile phone or uh, application where we are programming the application, giving a set of instructions to it, and then we are integrating it with some sensors which gives humanly sensible input, and that's how we will get all the uh, inputs from the sensors, and we are programming those kind of inputs, and we are putting it into another uh, microcontroller board, which is a hardware. So that's how we are creating an artificial intelligence, so where the robot or a system will understand by itself. Got it? Yeah. So first of all, I would like to start with like first what is a program? What is a program? So in my words, like what I understood is, okay, it is just like another language of communication. So where, for suppose I'm from Hyderabad, I don't know Hindi much. So if I want to communicate with some other person here, I can use some other language which is commonly used by him and me. So which is mostly English. So we are also to communicate with a system, a program is like a medium, is a channel between me and the computer. So because computer understands in binary, as you all know. So yeah, and also program is a set of instructions, just like an algorithm. So which we give sequentially to the system or the robot to understand the particular task. Yeah, as you all know, program is a set of instructions that computer follows to complete a task. The computer receives a set of instructions which is interpret, and it follows a step-by-step process, as I said, to proceed to the required output in order to accomplish a given task. Yeah. So as you know, this emoji indicates like system doesn't know anything if we doesn't program it to. Yeah, and I would like to show a tiny companion robot of which we're gonna work on for these days. So yeah, so this is a guy. His name is Quarky. He's my table companion robot. So this is built with Mega 328P and ESP8266 processors, and we're gonna program uh, this guy with using a coding platform called PictoBlocks. So as you all know, you might have known a lot of microcontrollers or motherboards in a simpler way. So yeah, we're gonna integrate, use Quarky for next sessions. Right. Yeah. So I would like to tell that is it audible now? Yeah. Okay. So as all the teachers are from the school implementation, I would like to start with very like basic uh, level of classes, right? So because everyone needs to come in into a platform, and everyone needs to start from the baseline, so that the sessions will be more interactive and more understandable, so which makes the sessions more worthier for uh, as we all need to have, because we are spending a lot of time, and that's so valuable. So if anyone knows any thing, please let me know in the chat box, so that in that way we can make the session interactive. That's what. Thank you. Then yeah, what is the program? It's nothing but just planning, just like you. For example, we are going to buy some grocery from a store, and we have to we want to write a program for ourselves. So first we have to plan, right? How many like what do we need? Okay, some flour or milk or whatever the grocery. So the first step is planning, and then writing it into a list, just like to remember it, we are making a list of what the grocery are, and then we are going to the store, or we are ordering online, so which is uh, which comes under the process. But here we have testing and debugging, so we need to test what the program is, and we have to debug if there are any issues. So here we are using a microcontroller, because it's easy to understand or debug the robot other than a compiler. That's what I feel. So anyway, we're gonna start with block level of programming. As you all know, like a lot of people knows block level of programming. So, and I'm starting for them, which doesn't have the introduction of it. Just like it is. Okay, yeah. So this is one more example. So, so how to change your dress. So it's all also like an example of writing a program. So we are for suppose we have an infant of 3 or 4 year old, and we are teaching him how to change like the pajamas or change the dress, just like we are giving program to a new a robot or a system. So we have to as we all know, we have to cut the program into pieces, and we are using it into like a step-by-step process. So first take off the pants, undergarments, and wear a fresh pair of undergarments, put the school uniform, wear the ID card, accessories, belt, tie, ID card, etc. So finally wearing socks and shoes. So this is all a step-by-step process, just like this. So this, and other words, we can call it as an algorithm. Yeah. So similarly, we have to write a program in an order, so that the computer will understand. For suppose I have another example of making a robot move, right? So for that we need to set up the motor. So this program is there, this robot is there. So for this, to make the movement of the robot, so we need to program the motors first, because the motors are used for the movement of the robot. So we are giving the program as set motor to this speed, set motor right to this speed, and move it forward for these many particular seconds, like move the right motor and left motor for 1 second or 2 seconds, so that the robot will move. And I have one more robot with a grabber. So this is a grabber where you can hold the things, right? Okay, for suppose we are instructing a robot to get the coffee on my table from particular position. So I usually put my coffee mug in my left side. So if I want to program my robot to get my coffee mug to my hand, so I'll just simply write move towards left these many degrees, rotate, and close the motor, drag it off, and then put it in the home position. So that's how we that's all we're gonna do all these days, right? Yeah, you're gonna learn in next sessions. Okay, I'm sorry. Is it audible now? I guess there is a speech delay because of the network, so I can hear like 2-3 seconds later when I'm speaking. Yeah, 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 sure. Speak I'm speaking louder. Can you please check once if it's open? Yeah, I am speaking loud. Yeah, right. Okay. All about. So yeah. So the programming software which we gonna use for these days is PictoBlocks. It's called PictoBlocks. It's similar to Scratch. As you all know, in our childhood we used to play with puzzle pieces, just like jigsaw puzzle. So if we have one piece and we attach another piece, the whole thing makes a picture or a puzzle or whatever, right? So just like that, we're gonna have a puzzle kind of a programming structure. It's actually programming in the background. uh, Python will be running as you see the block program. And yeah, so I just like to introduce about PictoBlocks. So PictoBlocks is nothing but a Scratch 3 based graphical programming software. I guess most of the people know Scratch, as you all the computer teachers. So this is just a new technology. We are for the Scratch we are just attaching few more plugins, just like um, Scratch is mostly a programming based software, so where we can do uh, this game designing or making a calculator or simple like a palindrome. All these programs we can do in Scratch, but here we have some more plugins. I'll show you. um, yeah, yeah, this is the coding platform that we're gonna use. This is called PictoBlocks. Just like I told, this is a Scratch 3 based program where we have added um, these plugins. So for the programming, if we had some plugins like face detection or human body detection, gesture control, all these comes under AI, right? So the artificial intelligence. So this is what the difference we make from just writing a program to a computer or making an application to making an interactive program, just like AI. So in a simple way, there is an example of the Snapchat face filters. I guess everyone use Snapchat so much, so I'm taking that as an example. In that we use the face recognition uh, theory, where we have the ratio of each and everyone's face, mostly eyes. So there is a golden ratio, as you all know. There is a golden ratio for everything in this universe, right? It's like uh, constructing the pyramids, from larger, taller buildings, Burj Khalifa, from your recognizing your face or the body type, the symmetry, the exact symmetry is called the um this golden ratio, right? So yeah, these are all the plugins we're gonna use, just like real-time speech recognition, computer vision. So these plugins we are attaching with the program that we're gonna write there, and we're gonna integrate this program with the robot to train it. Yeah, you can also see this is Alexa. You can also communicate, write a program to Alexa with a voice command, and you're gonna have an IoT applications like Internet of Things, like connecting multiple. IoT is nothing but connecting multiple things with the internet and make them work, right? So yeah, and yeah, as you just saw, this is the coding platform that we're gonna use. So I'm gonna just give a glimpse of it. If you want to note it down, that would be great. So here on the left side, we have blocks, the pieces of puzzles that we are using for writing the script, the program. So these are all the colors which we're gonna indicate for everything. So this is called Toby. This character is called Toby. Here we call the character as a sprite. sprite is nothing but a character which we use it on the foreground. And as you see here, there is a background. We call the background as a backdrop. Here I would like to take the example of making a video. So if you are making a video, you need a background, right? And then someone will be on the foreground, just like an object. The background will be stable and the character will move. For suppose it's a Instagram reel, it's a dance, or it's some other teaching video, so where only the character will move, right? So just like that, we're gonna create a virtual thing where we need to put the background at the first, and then in the foreground we are using sprites for our program, right? And this is so the entire this thing is called stage, and here we can add the sprites and delete the sprites, and for every sprite we're gonna write the separate program, right? And then this is the backdrop area where you can change, edit, or remove the backdrops. Then this is the stage. Okay, yeah, this is the stage where when you are programming, you can see what is happening here right at the stage. If you are presenting, you can just click a full screen and then you can present what the program you have done, right? Then you can also change it to Python if you are good with blocks. So we're gonna do it in the next sessions. So we're gonna start with block programming. We get to know about conditions, loops, what is a forever loop, and etc. And then we're gonna slowly shift into the Python programming and the basics of it, and how to make the program run in a robot, right? And yeah, and everything else, you know, right? File edit, if any tutorials. So this board and connect, I'll let you know how to integrate. So these are used for integrating another microcontroller for the program, and have to save the project, and everything is the same, right? Yeah. Yeah. So first, you know, right, the stage is a background, is also called as backdrop for the Scratch projects, and the stage is where we draw the sprites to move and interact with each other. And a sprite is a character, so we can drag them. We can write a program to control them. So you know, this guy's name is Toby. Then yeah, have different. Yep. In the stage palette, we'll have different tools which we can use for changing the stages. So if you want to change the scene to another scene, like one background to another background, we can change it here. So we can add it another backdrop in the stage, and then we can change the backdrop as our story or the game goes. And these are all the blocks we're gonna use. I said, right, the puzzle pieces. So where we have all the commands, like so for suppose we have Toby on stage like this, and we are making Toby move. So we are taking this block, move 10 steps, turn 15 degrees, and then yeah, go to random position, x-axis, y-axis. So this axis is nothing but, so if you take the entire screen as a one second. So for suppose we are taking the entire screen as a plane. So on a plane, we all know that we have two axes. One is x-axis, which go horizontally, and one is y-axis, which go vertically. So if you want to move the object in the particular direction, so this is the random position. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, as you all know, this is 0 0. Okay, so you can change the x and y axis difference here. So this is 203 minus 203x minus 112y, just like this. If you change the position, it will go here. So this is 0 0. Just like that, if you when you are designing, when you want to move the object, so we can use the x and y axis reference, just like a grid or a graph thing, so that we can make the object move in the arena. Yeah, these are all the blocks that we have we're gonna use in the program, and this is block palette. Yeah, and this is the entire program that we're gonna write is called a script. Script is nothing but a set of blocks that are arranged in one another in a specific order to perform a single task or a series of tasks. Yeah, this is how we make the Toby move. So this is a simple program. So I guess everyone is on their uh, systems, right? So I would like to open. I would like to tell you all. Please open this PictoBlocks. So you can find it in Google. So this is the link of PictoBlocks, pictoblocks.ai, and select block programming. So I'm gonna reload it so that you can. Uh, so if you reload this thing, so we have to select block coding, where we can see all the puzzle pieces of our program. So every piece indicates uh, one kind of gesture. So the blue one is the motion, purple is looks, another the pink one is sound, yellow are events, control, sensing, operators, variables, block, etc. So my block says creating a variable. So if you want to give a particular task, so which you're gonna reuse it again and again, so we have to create a block of yourself, which is nothing but a variable or uh, your your own function, I can say. So yeah, and these are the extensions we're gonna use for AI. And this is okay. Here we have board and connect. So in the board we have these many multiple microcontrollers, so where we can program it from the PictoBlocks. So here if I would like to connect my Quarky, so I'm switching it on here. Okay, and this is on. You can see the light, and I'm selecting Quarky here on the screen, and I'm going to connect with Bluetooth. Okay, the system doesn't have Bluetooth port. I'm gonna connect with serial. So serial port is nothing but you know the serial communication, right? So we're gonna use a wired connection for the robot. And yeah, we're gonna connect this thing here on the C block on the right of it. Now we can see the serial connection, which is connected to communication port 7. So I'm gonna connect my robot to this thing, and the board is connected. For suppose I want to just display some happy emotion, so the light will blink and it creates the emotion. So if you want to change my emotion to any other angry, so this is just like a fun project where we are using the Quarky to just change their emotions by displaying something on the LED display, right? Love, heart, surprise. Yeah, that's how we program. So yeah, and for I have an example program where you can um, see and do with the PictoBlocks. So yeah, so this is the sample program where we don't need Quarky for now, but you can do it on the PictoBlocks just to make it make the Toby move. For that I'm just taking, so every program is starts with this when flag is clicked. It's just like, as you all know, in the other programming languages we write hash include stdio, the standard input output. In C and in Python is something different. So we use when flag is clicked here in this block programming, and then I want to make Toby move for a while. So I'll take one repeat loop. This is loop. So I'm taking it repeat 10 times, and I'm gonna change it to 5. I'm going to motion move 10 steps, and you can select a backdrop from here. For suppose if there is a castle backdrop and we are making Toby to move there. So that's how the Toby moves. This 10 steps are nothing but 10 units of X position changing from left to right, just like this. So when you click the program, it will run. So now we're gonna do this project. So I would like to know if you guys are following this thing. If you have the screen available or any system, you can uh, try out the program just to make the session interactive. So I'm gonna present the program for a while. You can just copy it from the PictoBlocks and you can program it. When flag is clicked, set rotation style from left to right. That's how it initially takes from left to right itself. And forever, if on edge bounce, move 10 steps, wait for 1 second. We're gonna try this program here. So yeah, I'm gonna remove everything, drag and drop, set rotation style left to right, forever, motion move 10 steps or 5 steps continuously. If you are on edge, bounce and wait 1 second. So wait 1 second will be in the control, or you can reduce it to 0.2 or 0.3. So let's run the program. We are changing this left orientation to left to right, and the Dobby will change. So if edge on bounce is running, that means like if you touch the edge of the screen, the sprite automatically change its direction and then it will come forward. So this is a forever loop. Forever loop is to make the things run continuously, right? Yeah. And but sometimes is top is upside down, so for that now it won't happen. And okay, I guess everyone is done with this activity. I would like to move on to next activity, which is creating a game. So I would like to inform you again, if you can't see anything or my voice is low, please let me know in the comments. I would like to cross check every time if everyone is following or not, just to make the session interactive and more okay. So I have one more activity. So now we're gonna create a game which is Beetle and Taco. So if everyone is familiar till now with PictoBlocks, so this will be a fun activity where we are gonna create a game, and this is how we need to program, set up the screen. Okay, I'm gonna split the screen into half. I'm gonna use PictoBlocks here for so yeah, similarly we are taking this program and we are choosing a backdrop, which here we are selecting a blue sky 2 from the library. Let's do it. So I'm gonna delete the entire program now, and I'm gonna delete the backdrop. You can just press delete, or if you select the backdrop, okay, I can't see the entire blue sky 2. So we change the backdrop, then yeah, now we are taking 3 sprites, or we can just take 2 sprites, whatever the character we need to put in the game. So here we are taking one beetle and one taco, and we can delete Toby from here. Just like you can select this character, delete it, add new sprite, search for beetle. So we have one beetle here, and we're gonna add one more, which is a taco. So the game is like, if we drag the taco here in the ground, and the beetle has to follow it. Yeah. And the next, this is the program for taco. I'm gonna present it for 2 minutes. uh, so for this you need to select the taco and start writing program here in the block. So which is, anyway, when flag is clicked, set size to 50%, go to my mouse pointer, and we are following the mouse pointer, and because we are holding the taco with the mouse pointer and making it move, right? So eventually this beetle will follow the mouse pointer. When flag is clicked, set size to 50%, in forever loop, go to the mouse pointer. So this is the entire program. So let's do it. For this thing, go to events. When flag is clicked, forever loop, follow the mouse pointer. So okay, so set size to 50%. Yeah. So this size is nothing but we are setting the size of the character to 50%, which is quite a little of size. So if it's, even if it's 100%, it's okay. We have to put go to mouse pointer. So this point towards is like changing the position of so look, I'm moving the cursor around the taco so that it is changing the direction of this thing. So for this we need to put the beetle the same point towards the mouse pointer, and then go to mouse point. Yeah. So this is how we are changing the position of taco. Now go to mouse pointer. Then we are removing this thing. Yeah. So that's how we are changing the position of taco. Done. Now this is the program for beetle. So for beetle, we are putting the beetle in the front layer. We have to select the beetle first. So events, when flag is clicked, go to front layer. And size is okay. So if you want to put the size to 100 or so fine. If you want to reduce the size of beetle to make the game more interesting, it is also fine. So yeah, and forever make the, so this thing, okay, let me zoom it a little. So here we are pointing towards taco so that the beetle will follow taco, and we are making the beetle to move 4 steps forward when it sees the taco. Point towards, so taco, motion, move 4 steps towards taco. Look, so this is how, okay, I'm gonna put the full screen. So now the beetle is following the taco wherever the cursor is going. So you can play around the beetle. So let's make it more interesting. Till now the beetle is following the taco wherever the mouse pointer is going. You can control the taco by using your mouse pointer or tracker pen, whichever is connected to them. Yeah. So okay, some of them are not able to follow, and you want to stop the program. You can just press the red button. Start the program, green button. Yeah, this is how it will work. Yeah, and I would like to present the program again for if someone is left out. Please follow the screen, and then you can have the program. And this one is the program for the beetle. So if anyone is left out, please follow the program. If you want to make note of the program, is also fine. And I'm gonna stop presenting in a while. Okay, I would like to give you guys a break, and we're gonna just for 5 minutes, and then we're gonna have another program, which is also a game where we're gonna create a space battle game where in like the old type of Nokia devices, right? There we used to have a space battle game where we are shooting some objects or something, and I would like to tell you guys. So I just want to make the sessions more interactive, so we are starting with the basic level of the programming, where everyone I want everyone to come on one line and sort of have a good brief about all the programs or the structures where we can take forward with the most of the AI projects. So for this day, we are just having a glimpse of the programs, what we're gonna write and how we're gonna do it. So we're gonna have a break of 5 minutes, and then we're gonna start off with another project, which is space battle game. So there we are get to know more about this backdrops and the sprites. Right. Okay, thank you. Please have a break of 5 minutes. We're gonna start off the session again in 10:10. We're gonna start by 10:10. I'm repeating again. So please join the live and make it interactive. Thank you. You're a pro, yaar.
Thanks.
Guy is a pro.
He knows everything. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. अरे इसमें से आ रहा है. क्यों नहीं आ रहा? Carry on.
Our wind up session is 10:30.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Speak something.
Where? Like directly?
Directly.
Hello. 35 decibels, 25.
Same जा रही है. Logitech से. Hello.
But noise is there, right?
कैमरे से देखने का आवाज इसका अपने इस पे समझ पाएंगे ना बाहर अपने साउंड पे.
So if I want to like take this and show my,
Yeah, you
I
can.
can, right? Thank you.
But make sure you see yourself here and you adjust yourself. తీసుకొస్తాను నేను
No mic lag.
పని చేస్తా ఆర్డినో ఆర్డినో చేయాలి ఆర్డినో అయితే టైం కూడా సరిపోతుంది సరిగ్గా హలో జస్ట్ ఆస్క్ మీ అల్ గెట్ అప్ సెషన్స్ కూడా కొంచెం
Welcome back, people. Thank you for your time. Yeah, I'll do it a little louder. So we've been checking the mic and everything because a lot of people are facing the audio issue. So I guess it is fixed now. And yeah, so we're gonna have this space battle game. We're gonna create the game, but before that, I would like to introduce again to the Quarky. So how we will do a program of the movement of the robot. So as this session is more on AI IoT, so here I would like to give a little glimpse about integrating the program with the robot that what we're gonna do now. So I'm gonna shift my camera to the robot. So this is Quarky, and this is the line, the track which we have to program it with today. Now the task, and I would like to show. You might have. I'm wondering that why we are learning robotics here, as the session is more on AI. So here I would like to say there are few interactivities of the program where we are integrating with some hardware parts. So eventually the AI also needs some hardware inputs where we can get from the sensors, or just like serial in serial out, as you all know, you might have worked on Arduino robot, Arduino the microcontroller. There you'll get the analog inputs and outputs from the sensors. So I would like to mention, because I'm using this robot, because this have some this IR sensors here, as you can see. These are infrared sensors on the right and left, which we use for the line following, and we also have touch pads here, and we're gonna so that I selected this robot um, because it has more tendency of executing the program, so what we are writing there. And we also can have multiple plugins, like for suppose we can make a prototype of autonomous car, just like we are making a, you know, right, just like a Tesla, we are making a prototype of Tesla, and we are writing the program for it by using the radars and cameras. So we can integrate the camera also with the robot, where we can use the signboards like start and stop. We can tell the robot to make a move in that, where the artificial intelligence is more required. And we're gonna continue the next sessions on this line. So I would like to start with the programming of Quarky. So as we all see, we can open PictoBlocks, and I'm gonna clear the programs that we have written here, and the backdrop to a normal. Yeah, something like a school, right? So and actually we don't need the backdrop or sprite here. So now we're gonna just see the robot to make move. So here we have already connected our board to Quarky. So we have to select the microcontroller board. As you all know, there are other types of boards called ESP, the T-Watch, microbit controller, Lego EV3, Arduino Mega, Nano, Wizbot, and yeah, I've Quarky with me now, so I'm selecting Quarky here, and then um, we are connecting with serial port. Serial port is nothing but a USB, which we have given the connection with. Okay, you can also use Bluetooth for the wireless communication, but I'm using communication port number 7, which I connected the robot with to my system. And yeah, now similar way we are taking the when flag is clicked part, because we are starting the program from it, and then we are going to have Quarky. So these are all the extensions, the blocks for the Quarky. To program Quarky, we have these kind of pins. So for this, I would like to explain, there is a bit of electronics involved in this microcontroller. So when we are giving commands, like writing the program, we have to follow these pins. So this is read state of the digital pin number 1. So this is how it is different from Scratch, right? As you all know, Scratch or Scratch 2, 3. So here we are integrating the controller directly to the board by using the block programming. We can write the program. So this is the read state of digital pin D1, and this analog state of digital like pin A1. So we can connect some few more sensors to it, just like an ultrasonic to measure the distance, so or DHT11 sensor for giving the temperature and the humidity of the room. So that's how we can integrate more sensors to the microcontroller board by using these kind of blocks. And this is pulse width modulation pin. So you all will understand later what is a pulse width modulation, what is digital pin, what is enabling the Bluetooth indicator. This all controlling the hardware parts by using the program. And then we have, as you all know, I just used this block for displaying a happy emotion to the robot. So when we do it, it will display happy emotion. Or I just put crying emotion here, it will just display crying emotion, right? And now our task is to make the robot move in the I'm gonna show. Yeah, this is the track of the robot, so where it will move. So I'm going to robot, and I am setting this block. So what this block does is, this block will integrate with the motors of the robot, the right and left motors, and we are powering the motors for 1 second in this percentage of speed. So the speed is nothing but here we are controlling the voltage, the amount of voltage we are providing to the robot, to the both motors, and making the wheel spin. Eventually it will go forward. So this is how it will move, and if we change, it will go to backward. So that's how it's working. And okay, sorry, yeah. Okay, you can see the robot now itself. Yeah, forward, backward, and this is the left rotation, and this is the right rotation. So yeah, to finish the entire track, we need to make the robot move for let's say 3 seconds. So go forward for 3 seconds. So this is how the robot is going, and backward, eventually backward. So we can add few more blocks to make the robot move forward and backward like this. I'm gonna put 2 seconds because the area is not sorry. Okay, that is the issue. So here we can just debug the program here itself, where as we can see the output coming from the robot. So I would like to say this is a little easy task of debugging the program. So yeah, and this is how we are integrating this robot with the program. And then we have the sensor block here. In the sensors we will have, so there are two buttons, left button and right button, L and R. So yeah, let me switch it off. So these are the buttons, as you can see, 1 and 2. So when you also can put the program like when the button is pressed, like in the place of when program is clicked, you can just put when the button is pressed, you can just make the robot move forward. And this infrared sensor, you can use it like okay. So if the IR left sensor is active, so then you can like use it for detecting the objects and also detecting the light. Light means like if you are making a line follower robot, there we can have white and black colors, because we have to differentiate the path. So the mostly the infrared sensor is used for like reflecting the light intensity, then we'll get the amount of the light that is getting reflected. So with that input we are gonna have detect the track of the line, and even and we can put after that we can use it for the move forward block or move left block, just like we use. Okay, the example of this thing is the automatic floor cleaner robots and the house we use. So there we have to detect the walls, right? So the robot will move if some obstacle like a wall or a chair or something, some obstacle will be there, the robot has to stop there and have to take another path like to left or right. So we gonna program it like here we are taking if then, so move forward for these many seconds, and if the sensor will sense, okay, IR sense will sense active. So the left sensor is active. Active means the sensor is sensing, so we are receiving some input, then turn left. So that's how the robot, so for this program the robot will move if some obstacle is there. If sense on the left side, it will move left. If something is there on the right, it will go right. So technically we are changing the part and not making the robot to hit anything. And this is the speaker. So yeah, I would like to show you. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect this, and you can also make the robot speak from this block. It's just so just like this. Okay, you can change. So we have also this playing sound blocks, so where we can use the robot to make the sound speak from the speaker. So we can also add our own type of set of commands, and we give it to the robot so that it can speak. As I told you, this is my table companion robot. So I would like to make a robot which speaks also, right? So yeah. Okay, now we're gonna end of this Quarky. We're gonna follow the pattern of next. The game is we're gonna create a space battle game where we are creating it with multiple set of backdrops and multiple set of characters, right? Yeah, there are three parts of the game. I guess we can finish it in time, as we have more 20 minutes, or we can continue in the next session if we have time, right? Yeah, so now we're gonna start with a space battle game. So this game is nothing but we are uh, like creating a game which aims to destroy the army of the space ghost by firing the bullets at them. Interesting, right? So we are playing the game using the keyboard, arrows, and the space bar. We're gonna use the keys of the keyboard now, and then we are making this like three backdrops. So it's the game says it's a space game battle game, right? So we're gonna have three backdrops. Okay, let's go to PictoBlocks, and I'm gonna change the backdrop to galaxy. So here, and the stars, we can also choose any other backdrop. I'm taking one galaxy backdrop. Now choosing the sprites. So we have to take rocket ship, ghost, and bullet. So let's go to characters. So we need a rocket. It's actually a rocket ship, and we're gonna set the size to 50. We can change the sizes here. So I'm changing the size to 50, where the rocket ship can move up and down. Then I'm taking a ghost, something like this, and then I need a bullet for it. So my idea is to put, like, fire the bullet from the rocket ship, and the ghost will continuously come down like this. So we have to the rocket ship shouldn't hit the ghost, and we have to change the path eventually, like left and right, by using the arrows in the keyboard. And we have to shoot any other ghosts are there which are nearby. We have to shoot it with the bullet. So if we are dividing into parts, so first I'll take the bullet and make it come from the rocket ship, right? So yeah, we have selected all these, and let's program. So this is the program. When flag is clicked, set size to 40% and go to 0, so that the initial position will be x0, y minus 140. Let's do it. So the set is size is 50, so I'll select the rocket ship. When flag is clicked, go to looks. So the size is looks, right? So I have to go to looks, set size to 40, and the position of x and y. Yeah, great, thank you. X 0, y minus 135, same. That doesn't make any difference, minus 140 or minus 155. And the start sound, video game 1. So we have using the sounds here, which is related to this game. Okay, and the play sound, I want to play another sound, space ripple. So let's check. So this is the initial position, and the sound you can hear from your speakers of the computer, right? And yeah, so we're gonna, so this part I'm gonna present. So this is all setup. Setup is done just like we do void setup in the Arduino programming. Setup is, yeah, this is the program sound. And forever is a loop where we're gonna use. So this is a continuous statement which has to be run until the game is done. So that we are for that we are using the forever block of the program, and in the forever block every other condition comes. Look, just like if the left arrow is pressed, then move left 5 steps. If the right arrow is pressed, then move right 5 steps. If the key space is pressed, then the clone of the bullet has to be generated. Okay. Okay, I'm a little. Okay, right. Sure, sure. Thank you. Okay, guys. Sorry for the interruption. We're back online. This if condition. So we are adding 3 if conditions where we are 2 are for the movement and 1 is to get the clone of the bullet. Right. So here we are taking if and then block, not if else block. One more and one more. First is when the arrow key is pressed, so it will be in key left arrow, key right arrow, and if left right, and the space bar. So left arrow means go to movement, move 5 steps, move 5 steps right, and here we have to create the clone. So create clone of the bullet and wait for 1 second. So multiple bullets has to be generated, right? So bullet, and wait for 0.1 second or 0.2 seconds. So the speed of the game is decided from here, right? So now let's check. So the clone of the bullet is also generated. So we are making to move left and right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Now we are yeah. So step 1 is done. Now Step 2, we are programming the bullet. So for the sprite of the bullet, we need to start as a clone, and when I start as a clone, we have to play a sound of the bullet, and then we have to show we have to make the bullet coming from the rocket ship, right? So that's why we are using the show block here. So we have selected the bullet. When I start as a clone, so in the events, when I start as a clone, one second, when I start as a clone, play sound, show, go to rocket ship. So this is we are just to make the game more interesting, we are using the sounds, and we are making, so you can choose any other sound as well. So next, looks, show, start from the rocket ship. So you can also select it from the other color. So based upon the colors, you can take your blocks, right, as I mentioned earlier. Go to rocket ship, and then you are taking a loop, repeat until done, or you can use forever block, repeat until done, or you can use any other forever block, and we have to change. So this is the mathematical operation, sorry, yeah, the operation we are using here is OR. You know the logic gates, right? And, OR, not, XOR. So all these logic gates been used in the program. So we are taking an OR operator, which is touching, like if the touching ghost or touching edge, we have to change it by 10 every time. So we're gonna take repeat until the OR. On the operators you will find OR operator. So this is the OR operator, so it will fit in this thing. If touching mouse pointer, or we can change it to, oh sorry, if touching goes to or touching to the mouse operator, then we can move. So we have to move the bullet. So here if we observe, we are using only Y, because so the bullet will go upwards, right? So the if you see in a grid or a graph paper, so plus X plus Y is from down to up. So we are just changing the direction of Y. Change Y by 10. So if it is from left to right, we have to change the position from 0 of x to minus of x to plus x. Here we are changing it from down to up, right? So that's why we are taking the positive of y axis. So this y axis will in motion change y by 10. That's it. And after that we have to delete the clone. Delete this clone. Done. Now let's check. Start the program. So it is taking a time to set up. So I can shoot my bullets. bullet is different. So that's how we play. Yeah, and coming to the ghost. So next program is for ghost. Is it too funny? The laughing. Okay, right. So coming to the third sprite, we are creating multiple ghosts. So again, we have to start when flag is clicked, set size to 100%, and then hide it. So and forever, when the clone is created of the ghost itself, we have to wait for 2 seconds and have to change it to the next costume. Right, ghost. So when flag is clicked, set size to 100%, set size. Yes. Then we have to hide the clone. No, from the entire background, but it has to come from the above, like so that we can show the ghosts are coming from somewhere outer space. So we are using hide. Then we are using forever block. Creating clone of myself, wait for 2 seconds and next costume. So clone of myself and waiting. So we are giving the player a time of 2 seconds to shoot the bullets, or else the game's difficulty will be like you can't beat the game. It's impossible. So we are giving a time of 2 seconds, or if it's there we can change it to 1. Have to change the costume, and then there is another program. Change the costume, done. And here itself we are starting with, and when the program starts up, so this program will run when the flag is clicked. So this program will run when the ghost is hit by a bullet, or it will start from the above. So when I start as a clone, go to X and pick random position, and Y also random position, or you can just put Y in a fixed size, because it is coming from above. And the X position is this, as you all know. So we have to pick go to pick random from any place 1 to 10. So but the entire program is from minus 200 to plus 200. Okay, thank you. So from here to here the size is minus 200 to plus 200. So I'm adjusting minus 200 to plus 200, and the y random might be of 100 or 10, any other 10 variables, right? So the position will start from here or here, where and the ghost will come down eventually. So yeah, and we have to show the sprite and repeat until when touching edge change by -1. So taking show here, repeat until if touching edge, repeat until if the ghost is touching edge, and change the y direction by -1. -5, -1, whatever the things are, you can. So this will indicate the speed of the ghost traveling from up to down, and after that we have to delete the clone eventually. So that's how the ghost will be changed. And we have few more program. I have to delete the clone after. If touching the bullet, then we have to delete the ghost. So there is a condition, so we have to take the condition block, if and then. Thank you. So if touching the bullet, then the clone should disappear, so we are deleting the clone. And if touching the rocket ship, then the game is done, so we have to stop all. That's how. And after this all happen, we can have one more delete clone block, just to make sure the program is not running here. So after you can observe, so these blocks doesn't have any continuation. So if you put the stop and the delete programs, you can't add more lines of it. It's just like end for the program. So let's test it. So I'm going to looks. So I have to change the size bullet sound. There is no difference between the starting of the program and this one. Oh, we need laser 1. Second. Okay, I'm just lower down the pitch of it. And going to the ghost, you need to go to blocks, and I'm just adding one more game over here. So I'm sorry, I already added this, so I'll type game over. Yeah, so yeah, our space battle game is ready, I guess. cloud computing, followed by this session, and we're gonna stop the program. Okay, there's a lot of delay. Yeah, so I'm gonna present the program again. If anyone is left out, lost somewhere else in the previous program, you can just see it. So this is the program for rocket ship. This is the program for ghost. This is for bullet. And if you have any other queries here, you can reach me out in the comment box. And we're gonna wind up the session of AI and IoT for today. And you have a session of cloud computing followed by this. So if you have any other queries or doubts regarding, you can reach me out. I will be available in the ICT lab. So I'm just gonna take a break. Okay. So guys, we're gonna wind up the session of AI, ML, and IoT today. So we have another session of cloud computing. So I'm gonna take a leave for today. So thank you so much for your time and spending the time with me. And from tomorrow we're gonna be like attend the session more interactive. So I would like to see you all in the comment box. So you have any doubts there itself, I can clear out. And from tomorrow we're gonna have half an hour dedicated only for Q&A if anyone is interested or you have any queries. So last half an hour, let's say from 10:30 to 11, we're gonna have a separate session for Q&A. So if anyone is left out or anyone is not able to follow up the programs, you can just reach me out in the comment box and I can clear your doubt there itself. So thank you. This is Johnny signing off for today. Thank you for your time. I'm gonna have a break for 5 minutes and then the next session will start. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So just start, or should I do anything? It's live. Good afternoon, everyone. Check once it's. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bharat Reddy. So I'm going to teach you cloud computing, how the cloud computing used, where the cloud computing used. So for the going to the topic of cloud computing, I just want to start from the basics of what is computer, what is data, what is internet, how data is used in the internet, how data is shared in the internet. Then we'll slowly go into the topic of cloud computing, kind types of cloud computing, who are the people using the cloud computing, where what are the applications we use cloud computing, and then we slowly deep down into the what are the types of users, how the cloud computing is given to use, and then we'll go into the security of cloud. Everything will go into the deep, but before that I just want to welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is there. If please reply me through the chat. I hope now I'm audible. Yes. Is everything fine? Yeah, I think everything is fine. Well, let's get started into the topics. So now I'll start for you with the understanding of concepts of what is computer, what is data, what is information. So I'll start into that. So first, understanding the concepts of computer and data. So I'll just want to tell you what is computer. So computer is a machine where we use with the input and output. So where it take the input and where it gives the output with the. I'm very sorry for that. There is a small issue here. So I hope within 5 minutes we'll restart the session. Okay. Maybe 10 minutes we'll restart the session. At exact 11:30 we'll restart the session. So thank you guys. Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you are back. So just let me know you are audible. Am I audible for you? Please let me know through the chat. Okay, so let's get start with the concepts step by step for the cloud computing. So today I'll start with the understanding of concept about the computer data and what is information, what is the difference between information and data. So going to the topic. So what is computer? Anyone let us know what is computer in your own words. Please let me know what is computer. Okay, so computer is a machine where it takes the inputs and it process and it gives the output. A computer is a machine which works like a human being, where whenever we learn the things, we'll take the input and we'll process it with our brains, and we'll give a output with the sensors, right? Same thing happened for the some computer. It is a smart machine which takes the input, which process and which gives the output. Okay, so one will start with the computers when it started. So it started in the 1940, like it started with the vacuums, where now we see RAMs, ROMs, CPUs. In the early stage, here we see this is the whole CPU which is built for the one room, where nowadays it is just 1 feet, half a feet, where we can hold it in our hands. So in early stage, the computer is like a vacuum tube, which is we can fit it in the a room. Later on, it started reducing, and the mission of computers and marking it, and the second generation started in the 1955, where it's still gone through till 1964, and then that generation of computer where we call as CDs, where we use the this what we called CD drives, DVD drives. So that is the third generation of computers, and now fifth generation and fourth generation of computers are into the picture, where we see laptops, where we see RAMs, where we see SD cards. So those are very tiny objects where we can store the lot of data which we are not able to store in the past. So that is how the technology and that is how the computers are evaluated, and nowadays we can see very tiny systems where we use. And then yeah, these are the types of systems. So types of systems can be different based on the power, based on the size. So anyone know what is meant by power, what is meant by size in the system? Okay, so what is meant by system is power can be different ways. Power can be RAM, power can be storage. So system, types of systems, like it depends on what type of RAM we are using, what type of storage capacity we have for the systems. Based on that, the system working power the system can use that much fast. So slowly these systems, these storages are converted into the cloud computing, which I'll show you in the later. So we have different types of systems: laptops, microcomputers, which are nothing but desktops, and we have mainframe. Mini computers are like where we use a computer for the one CPU for the different systems. Where it comes to supercomputers are used for the high-end mathematical calculations that required a lot of power, where mathematical calculations can be done. These supercomputers can be used. And then I hope you all know basic what is system, what is computer. So how the computer works means it will take the input. So we have mouse, we have keyboard. These are the input devices where it will take the input from the user, and it will send it to the systems, which are computers, and then it will process inside the system, and then it will give the output. So that is the process of computer, which works like 3 steps. How human brain works, the same thing works in the systems: taking the input, processing the information, and giving the output. So now I'll show you like what is data, what is information. Whatever the things we are doing with the systems are in the terms of data and information. So briefly I'll let you know what is data and what is information, and I'll tell you what is the difference between the information and data. So data is a pieces of information which is not in a organized form. So data can be 2 different types, which is structured and unstructured data. I hope you know structured and unstructured data. So structured data is nothing but which is in the form of tables, where we can easily retrieve the data, where we can easily insert the data. When it comes to unstructured data can be different forms, which is through the mails, which are like paragraphs, which is like videos, audios, and the images. These all can be called as unstructured data. So these 2 types of data will be in data, and the information is something different from the data which is built upon the data. So these unstructured data can be given through the different inputs. For example, if we take an example of retail store, where the many users, many customers will go in and come out, where they enter the details of user ID, user phone number, what type of material they bought from the retail shop. So that data is in the form of structured, it can be in the form of unstructured. But the thing is that data is not refined, where it is very difficult to understand when it is millions of trillions of GB data. It is very difficult to understand for the person who is seeing the data, or for the computer which is performing the tasks. So what we will do, we will refine the data, we will make it in a very organized form, where it converts into the information. So the information is nothing but, once if we say take the month sale, the data is given to the store, so where it stores the all data. At the end of the month, what it will do, they will convert the data into the information by refining everything. What they will do, they will see the statistics, what kind of users coming into the store, what material we are selling more, at what time period more people are visiting the store. This is called the information where we see in the through the graphs, where we see through the pie charts. So this information helps the stores, or it will helps the some shops, or every who is doing the things. So it will help them statistics, how the sales are going on, and what can be improved. So that is a major difference between data and information. Data is a raw material which refines and convert into the information. So that is one example. And one more example, if we take, when we go to the DMart, that is a more public area. So that DMart, whenever we bought some material from their stores, they will enter everything, whatever the material we purchase, and then later at the month end, or somewhere, what they will do, they will perform the data, and they will convert all statistics, which is converts into the information, which is helps the stores. You people are there, I think. Please let me know. Please let me know you are there, so that I can continue the things. So see the things. I'll show you with the puzzle what is difference between data and what is different between information. So we have multiple blocks of pieces of puzzle. We have all around 16 pieces of puzzle is there. So each piece of puzzle we call as data. So which means every puzzle is the data of an individual. So whatever the example I told you before, these all called pieces called data. Once we join the data, once we refine the data, which means refining is nothing but keeping the correct data at the correct position. See, if we put this first puzzle at the last, it will not make a sense. So keeping correct puzzle at the correct position is a refining of data. So once the refining is done, we'll see this is called information. If we see the 16 pieces of data after refining, we have some information, right, which is like we can visualize there are 3 houses, okay, there is some building, there is butterflies. So where we can understand the information, that is called information. I hope you understand about the data and information. Please let me know any doubts through the chat about the data and information. Yes, you are clear about the data and information? Okay, so we all aware of data and information. Now we'll slowly go step forward, enter into the what is internet and what is its important. So whenever we are using the computers, whenever we are dealing with the data and information, if it is 1% data, it can be done offline. But when we are using it in the stores, when we are using it in the industry, we need something called internet, where the multiple people can access the data, where we can get the data. Yes, so there is a lot of importance with the internet. So coming to the things, what is internet, where it is used. So internet is divided into 2 parts, which is like inter, which means intra, where we communicate with different people. Yes, the net is a group of interconnected computers, where example I am in Pune and one of my teammate is in Hyderabad, one of my teammate in Bangalore. So we want to access the same data, we want to use the same data, and we want to work on the same data. So this internet helps to connect these three people and get it to the one platform where we can get the data, where we can use the same data with the three people. So that is called internet. And how it is used, any of you please use the chat box and let me know where it is used and how it is used. Okay, so we'll see, we have industry revolutions, we have industry 1.0, we passed it 2.2, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, now we are into the industry 5.0. So when we compare the two different industry revolutions, before we have landlines, normal TVs, radios, we have normal cars. So at that time the kind of internet is different, the resolution of 1.0 and 2.0 is different, where we focus on building the things to start internet. So we know in the past olden days we used landlines, we used radio. So nowadays when it comes to the industry revolution 4.0, 3.0 and 5.0, it is totally different, where we see most of the people are using online shopping, most of the people are in the social media, where we can connect with a lot of people, where we can connect with the different strangers. And nowadays we can see the landlines are, I think nowhere those are visible, we mostly converted into the mobile phones. Till past 1 year we have only 4G phones, now we are moving into the 5G phones. So we can see the difference, how the internet is evaluating, right? See, nowadays we don't see lot of people using TVs, lot of people are using online platforms in the mobile phones and the systems. And we see in the COVID-19, I think almost 99%, not even 99%, 100% of the offline stores are stopped selling the things. Mostly 90% of the people are into the online market. So that is where the internet is grown up. When the users are increasing, the traffic in the internet increases. So if the more users needs to come into the internet, that fast the internet needs to communicate with the people and the stores. So that is how the industry 4.0 and 5.0 evaluated. And then do you know how and where the how and why internet is important today's? Yes, please let me know your answer through the chat box. Okay, so I'll tell you how the internet is important, why the internet is important. For example, if you see live example, I'm telling the things from one place and you are the people listening from the different place. Yes, so if there is no internet, is it possible to do the class to the online? No, it is not, right? So the internet is more important when it comes to interacting with the people through the virtual world. Yes, from different places. So why the internet is important? Whenever we are doing the things for the more interacting with the more people, at the physical place it is very difficult to interact with the people. When it comes to the internet, when it comes to the social media platform, where I can deliver the lecture for more than 100 people, more than 200 people, where I can interact with them very easily, right? So the connectivity is more when we go through the online mode. The connectivity is less when we are interacting with the more people when we go through the offline mode. So nowadays we can see Ola and Uber, these are the major transport where we use. So see, without information, without internet, it is very difficult when we want to book the auto, when we want to, like, so that is the reason where internet comes into the picture. It is very easy to interact, it is very easy to do the things. Yes. Please let me know through the chat if any questions. Okay, see, this is a theoretical answer for you. The internet allows the people more affordable and efficient access to the basic education, healthcare, public safety, and government services. These are the major services where more people need. Yes. So without internet, these are very difficult for us to access the things. Yes. Now when we are using internet through the mobile phones or through the systems, nowadays we have unlimited data of usage where it is very affordable to use, right? Whenever we are example, if we see the healthcare and government services or education, when from the COVID-19 more people are into the online education and online healthcare, government services also we are using online. So these all things can be done only if we have more internet access with the affordable and efficient prices. Yes, this is a theoretical answer for the what is internet, how it is useful and how important the internet is. Yeah, so I'll tell you the thing. Internet became a part of our need. Without internet, the people are feeling like nothing is there. Why we are here? Yes, I'll tell you. Most of the people who are listening to the class also, most of the time you are in the social media platforms. That can be two different kinds, where we will be in the social media platform to learn things or to connect with the people. Yes, so it became like a part of our need. Without that, these interaction with the people, or without YouTube, without Instagram, these are the major parts of social media we use. So it became like a part of our need. Yes, there are many advantages. The internet is not a user, it will like a medium of connecting people from one place to another place very easy and very efficient way. Okay, you tell me one example of these all industries. I'll explain you with the example where the internet is more used. We have embedded factories, we have airports and shops which are connected with the IOT, and we have mobile devices, we have edge devices. We also now converting our homes also into IoT enabled homes, which are called as smart homes systems. So for example, I'll take the example of one industry from these things. What we'll do, we'll take an example of IoT enabled cities. So now when we talk about the cities are more developing nowadays. So for example, if we take a traffic signals, or if we take a delivery of groceries or delivery of food, the cities are more adaptive to these IoT things. For example, if we go with the signals, nowadays the signals are implementing different kinds of IoT where the interaction will be between two different signals. If you take, there is a signal in front of this your home, and there is one more signal 100 meters or 200 meters far from you. Let's say one emergency vehicle is passing through your signal. So this IoT, what it will do, it will interact with the next signal that something emergency vehicle is coming to you. So just keep the lane green. So which means that is very efficient way where the vehicle of emergency vehicles can be passed. Yes, if you take emergency vehicles of ambulance or fire or police, something which is very emergency, when we are interacting with the one signal to another signal, it is very easy for the vehicle itself to pass from one signal to the another signal. Yes, that is one more. And we'll take an example of IoT embedded factories. Let's say we have a factory called car manufacturing factory, where the parts are assembled in the factory in different sections, different things. So nowadays, what coming to the picture, robotics is coming into the picture along with the IoT, with the help of internet, which helps the interaction between the two arms or two robots in the factory. Once the one part is assembled to the car, and then the signal will be passed to the another robot that you need to assemble this part. So it is like very efficient way where the error rate will be reduced. When the human are doing these all things, what is happening, the human brain will work like a trial and error method. We don't know, we can't grab the everything with the accurate way. When it comes to the robots, those are more accurate than the human beings. When they are two robots are communicating in the factory to complete the tasks, so one robot is doing one task and the another robot is doing one more task. So when the two robots are doing two different tasks, how the second robot knows that first robot is completed the task? So that is where the IoT comes into the picture. That is called Internet of Things, where it communicates with the second robot that I have completed this task. Next is your turn. Please do your task. So whenever there is error in the first robot itself, the second robot will not activate. So until and unless the first robot completes its task, the second robot cannot be completing its task. So where if there is no Internet of Things between the communicating two different robots, so when the car is moving on the conveyor belt, for suppose the car is moving on the conveyor belt where the assembly is doing, there is a error in the first robot. Without IoT, the second robot will not know there is error in the first robot. So when the car goes to the second robot, it will attach the second robot tasks. So what happens? So there is a gap between first robot and second robot. So the car functionality will not be completed with this. So this IoT will help the two robots to communicate and complete the task. Not only completing the task with the perfection, with the 100% accuracy. So this is the help of IoT in the different sectors. And if we take nowadays edge IoT and IoT devices are more into the things. So I just want to tell you these all things we are doing in the internet. So these are very high-end tasks. To complete these all tasks, we need high-end systems, we need high-end processors. So do you know what are the advanced model where we store the information, where we use these things completely? Please let me know what is the technology comes into the picture to do the IoT very well and to complete the task much better. I'll give 5 minutes for you. Please let me know how the Internet of Things can be used very efficiently, very effective way. Because see, when it goes to the factories and when it goes to the cities, those two are two different things. When it goes to the factory, we are working in one place. But when it goes to the city, IoT enabled city, we are not working from the one place. We are working from the different parts of city. So we need something to store the information. Yes, we need something to communicate between two different things throughout the city, right? So when we are interacting from same place, we can just interact from the system to system on the offline basis. When it goes to the interacting inside the city, we need something to store the city information throughout the city and where we need to interact. I need some answers from you. Yes, I see few answers from you guys. It is cloud. Exactly, the answer is cloud computing comes into the picture, where that is the advanced level of IoT things, where we interact with the different kinds of things, where we get the data, where we retrieve the data, and where we can store the data. So we'll deep down, we'll go to the topic called cloud computing. I'll show you the basic overview of cloud computing, and in this lecture I'll show you what are the benefits of cloud computing, what types of cloud computing services are there, and what is cloud computing first thing. Yes, anyone please tell me the what is mean by cloud computing. I hope you know what is system, what is computer. So if you are aware of what is system, what is these things, you need to know what is cloud computing. Please let me know through the chat what is cloud computing. Okay, so I'll show you the answer. What is cloud computing? Cloud computing means it is a kind of systems only, but which delivers the computing services. When it comes to the one system, we have different computings. We have a service, we have storage, we have network, we have softwares. So cloud computing is a platform where it delivers the computing services. Computing services are different services. We have storage, service, database, networking, we have softwares, and we have intelligent systems which are in the cloud. So yeah, I see a few answers from the you guys through the chat. Cloud computing allows users to access the storage data. Okay, cloud computing is a storage where data can be stored. Yeah, I see answers from you guys, but cloud computing is not only where we can access the data or we can store the data. there are different kinds of cloud computing. There are different kinds of services which can be provided by the cloud. Once we'll go forward in this session, I'll tell you kinds of cloud computing services can be provided through the cloud. So basic thing is cloud is a storage where it stores the data, where it can help the softwares to access the users, and where it is very fast and efficient. So different systems, see, I'm the one person who is using let's say I'm using one application, yes, so you're also using one more application. So a lot of users are using one application, but many users are increasing, the traffic increases, right? When we use our own hardware to store that application, we need more data. It is impossible to store that application in our own local data, which is given access to the public. So that is how cloud comes into the picture. We can just store our application in their third-party storage, where the third-party storage is very high-end processors is used in that third-party, where it gives the information very fast, very effective, and very efficient way, where users can be increased, the cloud storage, the cloud access will be increased automatically. So the cloud will be different segments. I'll show you what is things. So this is the architecture of cloud computing. So these are the end users. Let's say the mobile, I'm using the mobile, and one of you using the laptop, and one company is using the desktop. So see, these all are using only one application. To access the one application, it is very difficult when we store it in our own local storage. So what we will do, we have a switch and we have a router. So switch can be used when we are using the systems in one office. Let's say we are all sitting together in the office. We want to access same information through different desktops. We use switches. So switches, we called it as networking, and routers will help us to get the data and use in our own laptops or own devices. And top of that, we have cloud computing. Let's say I told you cloud computing is different ways. Cloud computing is provides the service. Cloud computing provides the virtual desktops. Cloud computing provides softwares, and it also provides the application. Not only those things, cloud computing also provides the data, where the cloud computing is 3 different types. I'll tell you in the going through later on. I'll tell you what type of cloud computing. So these all things is given access to the user, but based on what type of access we are asking for, it depends on what type of software it is, what type of service we are using. So if we use the server, there are 2 different types of servers. We have private servers, we have public servers. Let's say we are using from the one office, so we can use the private servers because we are all from the one office, where the cloud server will be separate for the only these people can access the private server. If we go for the public server, we have 2 different end users, right? We have end user of personal, and we have end user of a company. So these 2 end users can use a server which is a public. And where we go for the virtual desktops, it can be also 2 different things, where virtual desktop can be a public and it can be a private. It depends on the what type of service we are taking from the cloud. If we are taking a service for the organization, it can be a more likely a private service. when we go for the public service, it can be user can use any from any device. So if we take applications, there are a lot of applications which are developed deployed in the cloud, where we can access those architectures. There are applications also we can use a different stage of applications. We can use architectures from the applications. We can use total application. For example, if we take example of Swiggy and Zomato, that can be used by anyone. So those applications are deployed in the cloud, but the only thing is the access given to the user is different, where we can't see the others data. Yes, we only see the personal data. So that is a public service application, but where it is storing the personal information which can be given to the only user. So this is the basic architecture of cloud, and we'll go what are the benefits of cloud computing. I told you what are the benefits of internet, how and where it is used, and where it comes to the benefits of cloud computing. I told you what is the benefit of internet, where we can communicate with the multiple people with the efficient way and effective way. When it comes to the cloud computing benefits, let's see, many users are using one application. For example, whatever the application I told you, and the Swiggy and Zomato, millions of people are using Swiggy and Zomato daily. So when these many people are accessing the same application, do you think it's possible when we go for the local systems? It is not, right? So where that is a benefit, where millions of people can access the data at the same time, right? Within a second, more than thousands of people are opening the Swiggy and Zomato. It is very difficult when the application is stored in the local device. Where it comes to the cloud, those are high-end computing services provided by the cloud computing, where we can access very effective way and very efficient way. Those are the main things why we go for the cloud computing. And let's get into the cloud benefits of cloud computing. When we want to store our own application, which is very high-end way, it is very cost to get the required resources of what we called storage, where we store the things. It is very difficult to store the things. And we also see, when we are storing the data at one place, we don't know what will happen at what right at what moment, right? So let's see, at a moment fire accident can happen at the place. So once the storage is burned, we don't have a backup storage. So that is one disadvantage when we go for the local systems. And cloud systems will provide very effective resources, and it also very low cost. And see, when we are storing in the cloud, our application will not store it only one place. The application will store in multiple areas. If we take an application of Amazon, if we store the application in Amazon, the Amazon service centers and the data centers will not be at only one place. Our data will be in multiple areas. Let's say one data center is in India, one more data center in America. So something happened to the data center which is in India, but still our data will be safe, because our data is stored in Indian data center as well as American data center. So once the data is erased in the Indian data center, but still we have data center in America, where we can access the data from there itself. Yes. And we see quality. So when the third party is controlling our data, they maintain very organized data, and the quality of data is very much high. right? When we are using different applications, let's see, the applications are very effective and very fast, because the who are providing the cloud service, they are maintaining the quality of control. Like, everyone cannot control the application of different things. Like, if we say there is a control of admin is different, there is a control for the user is different. Yes, so the cloud providers will take care of these things, where who can control the admin side, who can control the user side. So that is one more benefit of cloud computing. And we see security. That's what I said. The systems, the storage, the data centers will not be at only one place. The data centers will be in multiple places. The security is more, where the layers of security will be increased when we store it in the data centers. And increasing of collaboration means, when we are using let's say we are providing one service, our application is we put it in the cloud. So there is one more company which is using let's see example of chatbot. So our company, my company, is developed a chatbot. We deployed our chatbot in the cloud. Okay, so there is one more company which is developing a platform where let's say professionals and the freshers in where put it in the same platform. So there they need a chatbot. What they will do, they will not do a chatbot from the scratch, because which increases the cost. So what they will do, they will use my company chatbot, because I deployed in the cloud. So there will be access to their company, where they can use my chatbot in their software. So what happens when our chatbot is using in different companies, there is a user increasing, because collaboration increases the users, right? So that is one more benefit of cloud computing. So I hope you are all very much eager to know what are the types of cloud services the cloud providers are providing. I hope till now, I hope you are yes, any doubts till now? Let's go forward. Yeah, I told you there will be a different types of cloud. So these are the types of cloud. There is a public cloud, private cloud, hybrid, community, and multi-cloud. I'll explain you briefly about different types of cloud with the example. Then you will able to understand very easy. Let's say public cloud. Let's see, we are using we are using a cloud service of what we say any application. So where everyone can access, there is no restriction that only these people can access. Everyone can access, everyone can use that service. That service can be anything. Let's say there are different types of services. As I told you, infrastructure as a service, storage as a service, application as a service. Yes. So for the public cloud, there is no restriction that only these people can access these service. There is anyone can access who can log into who are eligible to the cloud service. Let's go for the private cloud. I'll say with a basic example what every day we use. We see Google Photos, we see iCloud. So these Google Photos will be only access to the only one person. Yes, if I logged in, if I am using my Google Photos, that is only accessible for me only. No one else can access that, yes, data. Yes or no? when we go for hybrid cloud, there are few services providers where community can be accessed, where if we take personal, individual, and if we take a company, both can access the cloud. For example, if we take an example of YouTube or any Instagram, these things. So YouTube can access to everyone, but it depends what type of user you are. Let's see, there are some restrictions in hybrid cloud where the admin can access to the account. Yes, where the user can access only to watch the videos or whatever the content provided in the YouTube. So these are two different types of cloud integrated together with the two different users. That is called hybrid cloud. And if we say community cloud, for example, if we take an example of smart city, whatever I explained you in the before, smart city, the smart city, whole city we call as community, where we can access the data which can be provided to the community. So no one can access more data, no one can access less data. In the community, everyone can access the same data. So let's say, for example, there is something information regarding the city, where this government of state is storing the data in some cloud. So that application will be available for the whole city, where they can access the information from the application. So that is called community. And if we go for the next cloud, it is called multi-cloud. Multi-cloud is nothing but integration of all these four clouds: public cloud, private cloud, hybrid cloud, and the community cloud. That is called multi-cloud. Yes, I hope you are on track, you are on path. Let me know if you have any doubts in the chat. Yeah, we'll go forward. Let's see here, types of cloud services will be provided by the cloud vendors. I'll tell you, there are three types of deployment models. There are public cloud, hybrid cloud, and the private cloud. These, we have cloud computing two types: service models and deploy models. When it comes to the service models, which means we are accessing the data, we are taking the service from the cloud vendors. When it comes to the deployment model, we are using their storage or their things to keep our information there. So this is the major difference between service models and deploy models. Whereas service model is nothing but we are taking services of third party using the cloud. Deployment models are nothing but we are deploying our data, or we are deploying something which is information in the cloud where someone can access. That is two different models. And in the service model, there are three types of services will be provided with the cloud, where IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Okay, so these abbreviations are like infrastructure as a service, okay, service as a service, and what we called their data as a service. So these three are the different services will be provided with the service models. So I'll brief you about the three different service models. Infrastructure as a service means where we can use their own infrastructure to build on top of that we can build our own applications, or on top of that we can build on our whatever we want to build. Where it comes to the service as a service, if we take Gmails or what we called hotmails or different types of mails, or where we interact with the someone else, we are taking a service from the someone third party. If we take a Gmail, we are using the Google Cloud, and we are also taking the service from there. Gmail is a service which is provided by the Google Cloud. We use that Gmail which is provided by the Google Cloud to interact with the someone else. So that is one more. And one more is where we can take the service, which means their platform. We use their platform and we built our own application in their platform. Okay, so these are the three different service models cloud computing is provided, cloud services are provided. And where it comes to the deployment models, we have public cloud, hybrid cloud and private cloud. I'll start from the private cloud. I told you deployment models are nothing but we will deploy something in the cloud. So coming to the private cloud, for example, we have something called Google Photos. Yes, that is the private cloud, where we will store our information, where we'll store our documents, where we'll store our photos, everything in their platform. Yes, that is called private cloud. Where it comes to the hybrid cloud, if we take drives or something, we will store the information in that, and again we will give the access to someone else. Yes, where more than 2 people can access, where more than 2 people can use the same service, which is deployed by the one person. Yes, if we are a team of 3 people, one can deploy the information in that drive, where other 2 can access that information. That is called hybrid cloud. So where it comes to the public cloud, so public cloud is nothing but where everyone can deploy the information, where anyone can get the data. So public cloud, if I say public cloud, for example, Instagram, Facebook, these are all the applications which are deployed in the cloud, where we can see the public newses, right? Whoever posted whatever the information someone is posting in the Instagram or Facebook, we can access the data from there. So one can deploy, anyone can access. Yes, that is the public cloud. So these are the 3 different types of clouds: private, public and hybrid. These are the deployment models. Where it comes to the service models, SaaS, PaaS and IaaS. So these are the 3 different types of service models. I hope you guys listening to this and you guys are following the topic. If yes, please say yes. Yes, we'll recap the session, whatever I have covered today. So I have covered what is computer, how the computer is works, and what is data, what is information, what is the difference between information and data, and then we transforms into the what is internet, how the internet is used, benefits of internet, and then we jumped into the cloud. And the cloud, we covered what is cloud, how cloud is used, yes, in which industries the cloud is used, and then types of cloud, and then we saw that uses of cloud, right? So these are the types of cloud, and then we saw the services provided with the cloud, we saw deployment models and the service models, and I told you difference between the service model and deployment model, who can access what type of model. Yes. Okay, so I hope we have completed today's session. So now we'll have an 30 minutes of Q&A session. So just be more attractive, more interactive in the Q&A. So just post your questions in the chat box. I'll answer your questions. Please feel free to ask your questions. I'll clarify your doubts. Yes, shall we start our Q&A session? I'm waiting for your questions. Please let me know any questions from you guys, please. Just type your question in the chat box. I'll answer your question so that other people also can learn the things. Whatever the doubt you have, might other can also have, but they are afraid of asking questions. Be be like a brave person and ask the questions so that everyone can learn the things. Okay, we have one question. Javid is asking the question. So, what is data? So, okay, Javid, data is nothing but I told you with the example. Again, I'll tell you with the example of one retail store. We have one retail store. Okay, so whenever the users, what are the customers are going in and coming out, okay, so we'll definitely get something from the store, right? So whenever we are getting the groceries or we are getting something from the store, they will enter our information in the system or somewhere they will store the, yes. So the all the information they collect and they put it together, that is called data. But data is not in a organized way. So once we what we called once we complete the 1 month end or somewhere, they will refine the data. Okay, they will refine the data and they will plot the data in the form of graphs and these things. That is called information. So I'll show you with this example. So we have one puzzle. Okay, so every piece of puzzle is called a single user. This is my data, and the second puzzle is your data, and the third puzzle is someone else's data. So what the retail store people will do, they will store all these pieces of data together. Okay, and then sometime what they will do, they will attach all the data by refining and putting the data in the correct position. Let's see, this is my data. My mobile number, if they keep in for the someone else information, that will not valid, right? So keeping the data by refining in the correct position will look like a information. Okay, so this total full image is called a information. So my data, your data, someone else data, they collected all data and they visualize the data in the form of image, which is we can call as graphs or something. We can visualize that there is a horses, there are butterflies, there are buildings. So where the shop owners can visualize that how much amount of sales happened in this month, what type of users are coming into their stores to purchase the things, what type of what things or they are selling more, and which time the more customers are visiting the store. So these all things can be visualized with the store owners. That is called information. I hope now you cleared with the data and information. Any other questions, please? I'm waiting for your questions. See, there will be two options. If you are not asking questions, means you didn't understand anything, or else you are mastered in the whatever I taught you. So if you are mastered in that, that's I'm very happy for that. But if you're not understanding anything, please let me know that at least I'll solve your questions. Only one question we got, no other questions. At least if you got everything, put a message yes. If not, just ask the question, please. No questions? I'm waiting for your questions, please. If not, we'll wind up in 5 minutes. I'll wait for more 5 minutes for your questions. No interesting questions. Okay, I think I'm not getting any questions. We'll wind up the session and we'll take a short break and we'll continue with the blockchain.
So, hi everybody, good afternoon. I hope you all back from the break and all. Just let me know through your messages also that you're here. We are going to start our presentation on blockchain technologies. So I'll be checking the live chat. I really hope you'll be giving me your like just attention here. That should be fine. Just let me know if you're here and we will move forward. Yeah. अभी आ रही क्या देखो? Okay. Yeah. So I hope I'm audible now. If so, please let me know. If the voice is not audible also, just let me know. Once you guys, if you interact or let me know and tell me, we will move forward with our first session. I will start off with the blockchain technology first session. Once you let me know if I'm audible and visible and everything is great. At all. Can you tell me now if I am? Or resource? Okay. Can you please let me know if I'm audible or not? If so, I can move forward with the sessions. Please let me know in the chat box or so. Yeah. So I hope now I should be audible because I set the mic up and in a better way. Please let me know if I'm audible or not. I will be looking forward for the live chat. I am so sure y'all you are in the presentations from the morning, and I know it's a lot, but we'll try to keep it super interactive, and we can make sure it's fine. We'll have a better session. Yeah, great. I got a message that I am audible. So I'll start off with our first session. So that is introduction to technology and digital transactions. But before that, as I told in the intro, that I will be teaching you about the blockchain technology. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Manvi Kiran Dasari, and I'll be taking blockchain technology classes. And let's look forward to make it very interactive, and let's get something out of it. Like, even you and us will learn from each other, and we'll make sure. Yeah. I hope I'm fine. Yeah. Okay. So I'll move forward. I'll start off with the first session, Introduction to Technology and Digital Transactions. So coming in. Oh. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Let's move forward. As we were looking at the title, it was that about digital transactions. What is a digital transaction? You can tell me in the chat box. I'll wait for a minute. But while you keep typing, I'll just start over here. So in this first session, we're gonna learn what is digital transaction, why is it required, and how are we going to put it in the blockchain. So I hope y'all are with me, and can you tell me what is a digital transaction? It's very simple, and I'm sure you all know the answer. So I am looking forward for the same. Just give me one answer. I'll move forward. Okay. 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 So let's start off. What is technology? So technology is like the superpower that makes incredible things happen in our world. That's what I wrote here. And of course, we all know how technology helps us in real life. So like in olden days, that used to be we used to have this wired phones, and now we are using smartphones which don't even require a single wire. And the evolution has been a lot. And of course, in cloud computing, you also had a thing about computers, how they evolved, how they came into place. Just like that, here technology has evolved a lot, and now this is the era of the blockchain, and we will learn that why blockchain is required, why is it safe, and what are the challenges, how to create one, how to move forward, and so on. Okay, so let me go to the next slide. So let us talk about digital transaction. One second. Before we go on what is blockchain, we'll start with digital transaction. So digital transaction is nothing but, let's take an example, UPI ID. That's what we go on, right? So in a UPI ID, you make a transaction and you have a number called UTR. So that is the unique ID given, and that is how you identify a transaction. So let's say in even places, when we say the payment is not done or done, we first go to that unique ID. So this unique ID is very important to us, and that is what is going to help us with the blockchain. Let's learn what is a blockchain. Yeah. Blockchain is like a super secure digital ledger. Okay, transaction takes place without the use of cash. Perfect. That is a perfect answer. I just got it in the live chat. That is nothing but a digital transaction. Thing which doesn't require anything physically. It is nothing but a digital transaction. So let's learn in this session how it is related to blockchain. So coming to blockchain, it is a digital ledger, that is a record book. That is, let's say I have a bank account, and whatever transactions I make one by one, all these come under a simple block. So that is how we will learn about it. And in blockchain, the thing is, first thing, it's like a digital ledger, that is we have everything point to point. And second thing, it keeps track of all our digital transactions. And the third thing, each block stores a lot of transactions. It can store thousands and millions of transactions in one single block, and many blocks together is called a blockchain. So before we move forward, let's see how blockchain works. In okay, yeah, so sorry. Blockchain links blocks of transactions together like a chain. So as I spoke before, let's say one set of transactions are in one block and other set of transactions are in other block, and many blocks together connected in single way. Let's say this is my bank account, and I have transactions from let's say April, May, June, but all these are like different blocks, but they all belong to me. So I can tell them they all are in one chain and different blocks. So many transactions together is like a chain. That's what it depicts. Second one, every block has a special code called as hash. So as we were speaking before about the UPI transactions, we had a thing called unique ID. So just like that, every single block has a thing called hash. So please make a note of it, that this hash we are going to use in further sessions of our blockchain technology. And the third point is, miners check transactions and add them to the blockchain. So do you all know what are miners? Who are these miners? Why are we calling them miners? So I'm sure, like in these few days, we got a boom about this bitcoins, and everybody were back of it that they wanted to mine bitcoins, and it it will take a lot of electricity and all, right? So these miners are nothing but, okay, let's just take an example of Bitcoin. In Bitcoin, each coin has its unique ID, and it depicts some cash and doesn't have anything digitally. Yeah. So as we were talking before, how digital transactions are linked with blockchain. So coming to this point, blockchain makes digital transactions super secure. It's like having a super smart friend who checks everything. Okay, but before we move forward, let's talk about this for a while. Digital as we have these unique IDs, it makes it super secure. Like nobody can actually tamper it, come in between, or do something to your transaction. Let's say you made a payment of 100 rupees, that will be 100 and nobody can change it. or you can't make 10 rupees and tell it is 100. It's super secure. Let's say I write a small data and I upload it into one of my blockchain, and once I add it, I cannot change, and everybody will have a copy of it. Before we move forward, I will show you a small example. Just give me 1 second so that you will understand it even more better. Yeah, yeah. Acha, okay.
Decathlon,
So
60 plus
let's look
sports,
at the
6,000
second
plus
video.
products.
Let's look at this small video and understand blockchain even better.
Let me tell you a short story about a little fellow called Jacob. Since he could remember, Jacob always wanted to get a blue cat, but his parents were always finding ways to not get it for him. So, one Christmas, he figured out a way to finally get his dream pet. He would send his wish to Santa. Oh, how excited he was when he wrote the letter! But Jacob was too young to take the letter to the post office by himself, so the next morning he had to ask his dad to do it for him. You could say that his dad was the middleman between Jacob and Santa. He never imagined that on his way to the post office, his dad would open the letter, read it, and replace the blue cat on the list with a brand new pair of socks. The letter was posted to the North Pole, to Santa and the elves. When they received it, they started working right away, making Jacob's gift. So, that year, Jacob received an adorable pair of socks. But next Christmas, Jacob decided to use the blockchain. Jacob wrote exactly the same letter, but instead of giving it to his mum or dad to deliver, made up of a lot of computers connected to one another through the internet that all store a copy of everyone's Christmas list. The network is being monitored at the same time by all the elves, Santa himself, and even people like Jacob's parents. Every time a new letter is received, it is saved onto every individual computer, so everyone has the received. It even works through the internet that all store a copy of everyone's Christmas list. The network is being monitored at the same time by all the elves, Santa himself, and even people like Jacob's parents. Every time a new letter is received, it is saved onto every individual computer, so everyone has the exact same copy. As the blockchain is an open network, everyone can see all the letters, even though it's impossible to know to whom each one belongs to. But when Jacob's parents saw that there was a letter asking for a blue cat, it wasn't hard for them to know that it was from Jacob. So, once again, they changed it, this time for a cookbook. But as every other node had a copy of Jacob's real letter, the change was spotted, and the computer trying to make the change was cut off from the network, meaning Jacob's real letter remained unchanged. So, guess what Jacob received that year for Christmas?
As we were talking about it, I hope you all saw the video and understood something about it, and that is how we are able to, 1 second, we are able to understand. So this was the video. So as we were talking, what is blockchain? So it's like, as we were seeing in this, in the video that Jacob wanted to give some information to other person. Let's say that is Santa, as we took it as an example. Here, he had to give the exact piece, but then there was a middleman, that was his dad, who could have changed. So that is what indicates to the hackers in real life. So they can tamper your data, they can change your data, they can do things to that. So here blockchain ensures safe and secure data transfer, and as everybody will have a copy of it, nobody can actually change it or do something to your data. So your data is super safe. Now, just like as we were speaking, blockchain is like a super secure digital ledger. So we have transactions details, everything in a very nice way and in a organized way, so that nobody can actually change it, right? And that is how you can ensure super safe transactions and in our real lives. And okay, how now let's get back to the point, how blockchain works. Blockchain links transactions together like a chain, as we discussed about it, and everything has a special code. So just like Jacob, whatever he wrote, because of that code only we could identify if somebody has changed it. If that unique ID is present with us, you don't have to be worried at all, because everybody has a copy. Even if one person tries to change that, because it has a unique ID, you don't have to worry about it. Next, but who will check all this? Like, how do we know if it is not being changed or not, and how do we identify the people who change it? So for these we have miners, that is in blockchain. Let's say they are making a bitcoin. Let's take an example. In this bitcoin, every person will mine a bitcoin, and every bitcoin has a unique ID. So if other person is trying to replicate the same thing, we will identify immediately. So that is how it helps us to have different what we say, like secure data transfers. So let's talk about how digital transactions are related to blockchain. As we were speaking, it makes it super secure because it's transparent and you don't have to worry about it. It's like smartphone who checks everything. So coming to this point, as let's say every system is one block, and all these connected people right now wherever you're sitting is a blockchain. So let's say I write one and upload something into my blockchain, and everybody will have a copy of it. So I don't have to worry about it at all, right? And even if one person changes it in one system, the other people will immediately know, and we can cut the person from that blockchain. So it's also transparent, as let's say I uploaded some part of the data and everybody already knows it. And it can be super transparent, so everybody will know, and nobody can actually remove whatever I added. Let's go to the next slide. So why do you think we need to have this blockchain? First thing, it gives us security, as everybody will have a copy and nobody can change it or so. Transparency, everyone can see what's happening. And decentralization, we'll have this topic even more better. And decentralization, no one person or company controls. So let's take an example of a bank account. In our bank account, we go to some bank account like SBI, ICICI or so on. And when we go to this bank account, we'll have to make a account. You'll have to submit certain set of documents, and we know who's the manager, who will make this, who will make that. Everybody controls different sets of things. So we can't rely on them, and we might not know if they are true or not. So here in blockchain technology, there's no owner, there's no single person who will have to control it. Yeah. So thing is, decentralization is like, let's say I make a big team and everybody is the boss in it. Everybody is the boss in it. So let's say we think I will be doing a certain set of things, other person will be doing other set of things, and there's no owner present right here. So everybody will get a chance to be there. Yeah, let's go to the next slide to learn more about it. So yeah, so what all did we learn in this class? First thing, we learned what is technology, how it is evolution takes place and all, and how it helps us, why digital transactions are required, and what are they similar to, as we were speaking about UPI. Okay, I just got a message, voice very low. I hope I'm audible now. I'll be loud enough, I'll try to be super loud. And blockchain is super secure way to do digital transactions. So I want you all to do a small thing before I go to the next thing. How many banks are using blockchain for secure transactions. I'll just give you 2 minutes. Please put it in the chat box. Meanwhile, I will open the next session so that we won't waste any time. If you have any questions as well, please let me know in the chat box so that I can answer them as well. So let's come back to the sessions. Understanding the need of secure transactions. If you have any queries, please put it in the chat box. I'll be looking at them so that I can answer them alongside. Yeah. So why do, as we were speaking, we need this secure transactions and what is digital transaction, how it is useful, how to make it secure. But we should also know, why do we need a secure transaction? I can just simply make a transaction and just put it right. Why? What is the need of secure transactions? So yeah, in this session we'll be learning why transactions need to be secure, how blockchain ensures security, decentralization, encryption, transparency and trust. So what did we learn in the last class? Of course, let's come back, as we already recapped, let's skip this part. Now, how blockchain ensures security? Okay, yeah, I got the answer to my question that what all companies use blockchain. Yes, more than 50 companies use blockchain. Thank you, Shrikant. Okay, so next we'll come back to this point and we'll have a Q&A session where we can discuss it even briefly, and if you have any questions we can get back. So how blockchain ensures security? Blockchain uses special technology to keep transactions safe. So there's no big technology in this, but then this unique ID, the concept of unique ID, concept of having that particular transaction in every system or the thing which we are using. So that is a technology which we came up with, that is blockchain. Every transaction is verified and sorted in a block. Let's say I made a transaction. I have a few transactions April, few transactions in May, and so on. So let's say I made a transaction April, it will be going into the block called April. And if I made a transaction in May, it will be going to the block called May. Like, so it is sorted. That is how it makes a big blockchain. And yeah, once a block is added to the chain, it's very hard to change it. We were already discussing, right? And we also saw a video where our Jacob has added his data to Santa. And if one person changes it, everybody else will know immediately. And that is how we can ensure like nobody from outside or the person who's trying to change the data will enter into our zone or the blockchain. So but the point is here, once the block is added or once the data is added, it's very hard to change it, and we cannot change it no matter what. So that is how blockchain ensures security. Once it is done, it cannot be changed, so it's secure and nobody else can come into your space. So let's discuss about the benefits of blockchain. One is encryption, transparency, decentralization, trust. So we'll learn one by one in a very deep way, but then let's go to let's have 2-3 points about this. Encryption. So I'm sure we all know about encryption. Encryption is nothing but it turns our it's like a password to secure your data. Encryption turns our information into secret codes that only sender and receiver can understand. Let's say you go to some foreign place and you try to talk in Hindi. So the person who knows Hindi only will understand, the others won't. That's a very simple example. But when we talk about this technological terms about encryption, it's about it's like having a password. So how many of you all have heard about Morse code? Not everybody knows Morse code, right? So let's say if I know and you know, then only we can communicate through Morse code and nobody else will understand, right? So Morse code is a simple example about encryption. Of course, passwords and all come a long way, but for the receiver and sender to understand, it's like a language, it's like a thing where only these two can understand. Where is encryption used more? Can we say in army? When they have to send secret messages to the soldiers out there, we simply send an encrypted message, but which only the sender and the receiver will understand, right? So let's come back to the next point, that is transparency. So let's say In blockchain there are many types: public, private, hybrid. But let's talk about transparency in general. Once we go deep into it, we will understand it immediately. So, transparency. This means anyone can see the transactions, but they can't see personal information like a store receipt. Let's say we go to a store and we purchase certain set of things. You'll get a bill. It's 50 rupees, 100 rupees, or so. You'll get a list of it. But let's say he bought it for 45. You can't find his personal information, where how much he bought it for, where he bought it for, and all that. But you know you bought this product and its cost. So you know that transaction is made, that you purchased. So they'll have a copy, you'll have a copy. So you have a copy that the transaction is made, the purchase is made. But then you don't know about from where it came and how it happened and all, right? So, but the thing is, when you ask the company the provider to give a list of what all transactions they've made, they'll have this receipts. So it's transparent enough that these many purchases have been happening. So next, coming back to the point, decentralization. This makes it okay. As we were discussing about decentralization before also, it's not like one person is going to handle all this, right? And no person is boss here, and no person is the one who will be working. Everybody is their own boss, and as everybody is there and everybody is watching, everybody needs to be careful. So once you add a data, if somebody is trying to change, as everybody is there, it's very easy to identify the culprit and remove him from the blockchain. And coming to the fourth point, trust. We do not need to rely on banks or other companies to keep our money safe. So as cryptocurrency has increased gradually, in cryptocurrency it's digital currency, and of course it has a lot of value, and it's not cash. And do you think you should go to some bank and ask them to make an account and then store your money, and all this is not required at all. You simply can use this cryptocurrency, and you can trust it, as everybody will be watching, and your data or your amount is safe. So as I told, we'll go in deep into them. Encryption, as we discussed, it's like the secret code to send your messages. So let's say I have a message, a sentence. It might be scrambled, or it might be into Morse code, it might be into different other types of things which only the sender and receiver will understand. So in blockchain, as the data is scrambled enough, only the person sending and the person seeing, that is in that blockchain, only will be able to understand. If somebody else outside the blockchain will enter into this, they won't be able to understand. It's already encrypted, and it's also private and secure. So your information or your data or your transactions or whatever it is, it's super safe. And if some unauthorized person enters into your blockchain domain, they won't be able to access it. Next, decentralization. It's like spreading more power and control across many different places instead of giving it to all one person or organization. So in a bank, let's say there's a manager, there's a store manager, there's a brand manager, and then there's the owner, and like it's all divided, and everybody has a one subordinate or one person above them and so on. But in a blockchain, everybody is treated equally, and everybody will have their own way of dealing with it. So no single person owns the whole thing, or no single person will control the thing. Instead, it's distributed among them only. So let's say the computers, let's take an example of these computers. Two computers will be doing certain set of tasks, another two computers will be doing certain set of tasks in a small blockchain. So if whatever you do, everybody will have a copy of it, so it's very difficult for anybody to actually come into it or change or manipulate the data. So this is the decentralization part. This is very much important. I will keep repeating in our blockchain technology, because that is how you're going to learn how to create a blockchain also. So transparency. It is being open and honest. So that's the first point about that. Like let's say I made a transaction, everybody will know about it, but nobody will know my data. They'll know I'm the owner, but they will not know what happened inside. But everybody will have a copy of the transaction. It's not about who it is made to whom and all, but they'll have a copy of that with that unique ID. So you don't really need to give the information required, but you'll have a copy of that UTR or the hash or whatever we name it. So here we by transparency we ensure honesty, of course, and integrity. And while transactions are transparent, personal information remains private. So have you observed, like when you make a when you scan a QR and make a transaction, the number will be into excess or encrypted way. You can't see their information, either they can see our information. So you made the transaction, you send the data, you send the money or whatever, but then nobody will know your name, nobody will know your personal information, nobody will know anything about you. So they might not know which bank you have, you have an account, or how much amount you have or so, right? So this provides, openness, and that is why transparency is the main thing that we find in blockchain. Next, trust. So why can we have our trust into blockchain? So first thing, it's reliable and honest, as we already discussed about the transparency. And due to this decentralization, as I told, everybody is their own boss and nobody controls it. So you don't have to go to a person and ask if something happened to anything, any data or whatever. So everybody will have a copy of each of it, and everybody, what we say, will do certain set of tasks. Like let's say one person will make sure everything is added into the blocks, the other person, but then whatever this person number 1 is doing, all the other 10 people will know. So this person can't change the data, that person will know what is happening, and vice versa. So it's like a peer-to-peer transaction, right? So like if I make, everybody will know, my friend will know, like whoever is in the blockchain will know. Let's recap. We learnt about transparency, trust, reliability and all that, decentralization. Yeah, so if you have any questions, please let me know in the chat box. I will be clearing them before I move on to the next session. I'll just give 1 minute time so that you can ask me the questions. I just put the other session ready, but I'm waiting for questions, if so, if in that thing, or make a note of it, and we'll have a Q&A session in last 10 minutes, and maybe then you can let me know with your questions and we can clear it out. So I'll start off with the next session, that is Introduction to Blockchain Basic Concepts. So this is where we are going to start to learn about blockchain in detail. So as we were already discussing about it, we already saw a video about it. So what is a blockchain? Blockchain is like a digital ledger that records transactions in a secure and transparent way. So we have been learning about the same thing all over, but what is the key feature of it? It's like once you add it, nobody can change it. It's like a digital chain of blocks that cannot be changed once they are added. So let's say I made a transaction and I cannot redo the transaction or change the transactions or even the data. So as we were seeing in that video where Jacob was sending a thing to Santa, and once it is made, you cannot change it in any other thing. Even his dad, like the middleman, tried to change it and everybody will know, so you can't really change it. Okay, so let's see how blockchain actually works. As we are already discussing, right? Once you add it, you cannot remove it and all. So imagine each block is a piece of puzzle, like just in the thing, and when you add a thing to a block, it's like a piece of puzzle and it will be set right to the other one, and once it's fixed, you cannot remove it, you cannot change it, you cannot change its place. Once it's done, it's done. So once a block is full, it's sealed and connected to previous blocks. So as I told, let's say I have April transactions or April data, all that is placed in one block, and once it's kept in its place, you cannot change it. So the let's say I just took it as a monthly one, you can take your as a data. So let's say one set of data, once it's made to a block, you cannot change it. So all these blocks together can be made as a blockchain. So it's like increasing day by day, but then it's going to become a big blockchain. So we already discussed about decentralization. Decentralization means there's no boss in charge. Instead, everyone works together and shares the information. Of course, we have a lot of challenges to this, which we will discuss in the further sessions. So while you among yourself can do actually a small activity to understand the concept of decentralization. So divide the class into groups. I want you all to come up with an idea in the next session, because the moment I start the next session tomorrow, I will ask you this question. I want you all to come up with an activity. So, to come up with activity to understand the concept of decentralization. That is, everybody will do certain set of tasks and nobody is going to control the other person. So I want you all to come up with an activity and show, what the concept of decentralization in a very better way. Because we already discussed enough about decentralization, and I'm sure you got an idea about what it actually means. So I just want you all to come up with a nice activity, so that if possible we can do it right here with our our sessions. Okay. So as we were talking, transparency, blockchain is like a big glass window where you can see everything what is it's happening, right? So let's say I am this activity, show a simplified blockchain example where each students represent a block and they pass around let's say a token while everyone watches. So if everybody is watching, but the outsiders can do nothing about what is happening in that activity, right? And so that is how transparent it is. But let's say they are passing a transaction, they are passing a token, but the person watching shouldn't have to know their information, like their name or which grade they are in or whatever it is, right? So other person can be whoever, some XYZ person, but then it's transparent enough that they can see what is happening, how transactions are happening from one person to other person. So that is how we can bring up this concept into the students in a more involved way as well, and also for us to understand this. Next, this is a little new concept, but it has similar summary. So once data is recorded on the blockchain, it cannot be altered or deleted. As we were discussing about the puzzle thing, right? So once your data is added into a block and fixed in one place, you cannot change it. So this immutability, that the word we can give it as immutability, ensured data. Okay, so how does it actually helps us? So ensures data integrity, increases trust in the system, suitable for application requiring tamper-proof records. So can few of you tell me what is this tamper-proof records? Where do you think we need this tamper-proof records? What is why do we need this? Let me take one example. Please feel free to put your own examples in the chat box. So one example is, we all have this DigiLocker, right? So where we put our Aadhaar, PAN, and etc. etc. So if somebody has access to it, they can change it off. And especially this tampering happens in elections and all, as they are coming nearby. I'm just taking an example. If let's say even in this passport verification or so, your data is ensured in such a way that it's the same in your birth certificate, 10th grade, and your records, or your in your 10th grade Aadhaar card, the number, is it similar, is the name similar, is the spelling or so is changed. That is because these documents cannot be tampered. They should be tamper-proof, right? So that is the reason this blockchain technology helps us to have data kept very safely and it cannot be tampered at all. So this is one of the example. I also it would be great if you come up with your own examples. Please put it in the chat box. Please feel free, and we can actually have more examples, and everybody will learn out of it. My question is, where do we need tamper-proof records? In which cases, and in real life examples, where do we need this tamper-proof records? So please feel free to put at least one or two examples. I'll be looking at the chat box. Meanwhile, please feel free to put your views or your point of views about tamper-proof records and where we require. Security, as we were already talking, blockchain uses special codes to keep everything safe. The special code is called hash. It is represented by hash. It's like having a secret code that only you and your friends know. So as we can simply take a small example, that is your UPI ID, right? In this UPI ID, it's like you have your own PIN. and nobody else will know. Of course, if you tell your friends, then only they'll know. Otherwise, you have your own unique ID and nobody can actually come into it. And these OTPs also ensure the same thing, right? Okay, so let's take an example. Imagine we have a secret diary that want to keep safe from your siblings. So this is like this example can be used especially with the people you're going to teach. It's easier way to understand, and it gives them also interactive way to actually go on with it. So you create a special code to lock it, and only your best friend know how to lock it. So in this secret diary is nothing but the data in the blockchain, and the special code is nothing but the cryptographic encryption. Oh great, I got an example about my previous question, that is government IDs. Yes, perfect. So in this government IDs you can't change your names or so. So we need tamper proof records so that a person can be identified. Great, thank you Aisha. Let's go, I'll just continue with this. So your secret diary is like the data stored. The special code is nothing but the cryptographic encryption. So my cryptographic encryption can be any password which I am choosing. So as I took the example of Morse code before, let's say I and my friend knows the Morse code, so I can put the password, and my sister, my sibling, whoever it is, cannot actually decode it. So it's like that. I can call it as cryptographic encryption. And see, in this blockchain, as we told, in that blockchain people will know whatever is happening. So that means you and your friend are in one blockchain and you create a chain. If others add, of course they'll know the password, but not the outsiders, that is your sibling. So basically blockchain uses special codes, and everything has unique codes so that nobody else will know. Printing is crucial for sensitive documents such as government ID. Yes, true. Okay, so as we were talking about this immutability, where we need this tamper-proof documents, why do we even need it? So let's, these are the use cases. So recently everybody knows Bitcoin. Cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. So in Bitcoin, there's no digital cash. Even our digital cash has unique ID on it, right? Just like that, Bitcoin has unique ID, but it's not physical. But the point is, we all saw, like before the notes were changed, people used to print them. That's the reason the black money was more, and we changed it, right? So, but in cryptocurrencies, there's no scope that you can replicate the same note. Because once a blockchain is mined or created, everybody will have a copy of it. So once everybody has a copy of it, if other person or somebody else is trying to replicate this code, everybody else will know, and it's very easy to identify who is doing it, because they will be a part of the blockchain and we'll know whoever it is. So NFTs, what is this NFT? I want you all to actually work a little on this. What is NFTs, and why do you think that is even linked with blockchain, and why is it secure, and so? So this tracking food from farms to stores. Okay, so let's come to this point. We all have this Zomato, Swiggy, Amazon orders or so, right? So again there you have a thing called order ID with a hash or so. So this order ID, let's say I have a big marketplace and I sell one single product or some set of products, and 100 people might order the same product. But is it possible for me to track every single ID and every single thing, if it's delivered or if it's going, or if one person comes and asks me, like let's say out of 100, that one customer might come and ask me if my order is placed, or is it coming, or where is it, how is it delivered or so. It's very tough. But then with that unique ID, I can track it easily. So let's say I send through a courier service. If while is it in transit, I won't know where it is. But if I have this unique ID, I know it reached certain point. It is prepared, it is packed, it has reached one hub, and then it has been delivered. It has been, in the nearest hub or so. So it's very easy to track with one unique ID. So it's similar to blockchain, right? Blockchain has one unique ID everywhere. And this unique ID helps you understand, and like nobody can replicate it. First thing, it is helping you to track things, and it is helping you to mine digital currencies, right? So these are the use cases. We also have a thing called case studies in our next sessions, where we can see how blockchain is used in our real lives, and we will also come up with few case studies on our own, like among us. So, but then, as I was speaking before, challenges. Everything has good side and bad side of it, right? So here, having a blockchain. So what are the challenges we are going to face? A simplified explanation is like scalability. So as we can, as we told, blockchain is like something closed group where people can have. So is it easy to scale? If of course, if I identify one person, we simply remove him him or her from the blockchain because they're trying to tamper it or so, right? So scalability is not really easier when you talk about the blockchain. And then interoperability. So let's say I assign, or like not assign, but then we among ourselves, as in blockchain nobody is going to assign, this person is doing something, and if I can't exchange their duties to mine, my duties to them, so it's very tough to operate in between, right? Because it's already fixed. Once the data is added, it cannot change, so you can't reoperate it, you can't rechange it. All you have to do is add a new one. So that is one of the challenge. Then regulatory issues. So let's say we are working in a blockchain, we might not get all the people or all the blocks at the same time, so it might not be regularly added into the blocks. Whenever they get time, they're going to do it, so the data might not be regularly added into this. But of course, we have many ways to overcome these challenges and to make a blockchain even more effective and safe. Next comes the energy consumption. So as we were talking about the bitcoins, we all knew this, right? That it consumes a lot of energy to mine one bitcoin. So it uses a lot of electricity. You need a very nice graphic card to actually do a bitcoin. But how does it matter? The point is, let's say you need to come up with such a unique ID that not even a single transaction will have. So to come up with that, don't you think a lot of energy is required to try all the errors and all the trial and error methods, and to try all the permutations and all the combinations to achieve that single unique ID, which we can give it to a bitcoin and it has certain value. So it almost take a lot of days to mine one single bitcoin. So as I'm taking the example, I mean, bitcoin is the most known example to all of us. That is the reason I'm taking bitcoin as an example. And then energy consumption, as we were speaking, it takes a lot of energy to mine one single bitcoin, and of course it is around $53,000 each single bitcoin. Emphasizing, see here, in a blockchain everybody will do certain set of things, that's what we discussed. But as everybody is their own boss, you can't emphasize them, or you can't force them to do such things like regularly or at a particular point. So like, though bitcoin is secure, though bitcoin is in a reliable way, there are few challenges which we face right here. So if you have any questions, please let me know. I will be ending this session today. I'll just revise once, like we'll recap everything which we did, like very soon, like 2 to 3 minutes we'll wind up, and I'll be giving 10 minutes for the Q&A, and please feel free to interact with me, because that is what keeps us what we say, interactive, and we can gain knowledge both ways. So that is what I think. So we learned about what is blockchain, what is technology, why do we need what is known about what is a digital transaction, of course what is a blockchain and how it works, and how these digital transactions are related to blockchains, and what are the benefits. Of course these things have been increased, and yeah, okay, security, transparency, decentralization, and so on. And let's go to session number 2. Yeah, so in this session we did about how blockchain ensures security. As we told, it has a unique ID that's called hash, and every transaction is verified and sorted in the block. So once it is there in the block, you can't change it, so it's already secured. And what are the benefits? Encryption. as it has different a code, so it's encrypted and nobody can actually try to hack into it. Transparency, because everybody can see what is happening in that blockchain, but nobody will know the information or your personal information is leaked. So decentralization, again, this decentralization topic is very important because we are going to use this topic in every other type of blockchain. So as I told, we have different types, that is private blockchain, public blockchain, hybrid, and so on. So in this decentralization topic is very much important. That is the reason it's been repeated many times as well. And then trust. So you don't have to go put your trust into a bank or in a company or so. Here everybody has their own authority and everybody can put their money safe in this. And encryption, decentralization, transparency, trust. So I'll just recap this and I'll give this next 5 to 10 minutes for the doubts. So yeah, as we blockchain is nothing but like a puzzle. I think you already got one more in cloud computing as well, right? Similar to puzzle, it's like solving them. And then transparency, immutability, this was one of the new concept we learned from, not from others, so I mean like from other sessions. So once it is in the blockchain, it cannot be altered or deleted. So it is also like a challenge, right? It's not just the good thing about it. See, it cannot be altered, so it is safe, but then what if there is a data that needs to be changed or so? So immutability is both a good thing and a bad thing in blockchain technology. So it's a challenge to face. At the same time, it's the secure way to make your put your data safe. Security, blockchain uses special codes, so it's safe enough. And we took an example, real life example, and where we use it. So crypto, I want you all to tell me more cryptocurrencies which you see, like not just the Bitcoin. I want you all to just put it in the chat box. What other cryptocurrencies we have? Yeah, please put it in the chat box. That will be great. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat box. I'll be here and I'll be answering all your questions. So I'm waiting for your questions. Please let me know. Please keep it interactive, as that is what keeps that's what benefits both of us. If I did a good job, that's great, but then if you have any questions, please don't hesitate. You can just put up a message and I can actually answer your questions. We just have 5 more minutes, so I request you to please put up a message in the chat box as soon as possible. Yes, so USD coin. Oh wow, okay, so we got one more example of the, what we say, like other Bitcoin, I mean other cryptocurrencies. There, along with Bitcoin, there are many other things which actually got boomed at the same time, and they have this value. I want to ask you all a question, that Bitcoins or this cryptocurrencies, we saw them emerging and all, they have certain value, maybe they have very less value, but not even one single cryptocurrency has crashed and closed. That's because everybody is there to manage it. It's not like one company is going to manage it and it's going to get crashed, right? As it's a blockchain, everybody is connected, and there's no way that it is going to get crashed, no matter what its value is. Litecoin, yes, that's one more example I've got in the chat box. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'll be waiting. Please let me know any questions and I'll be free to answer. I hope the sessions are clear and good enough for you to understand. Even a silly question might work. I'll be fine with it, because it doesn't have to be a very great question. Even if it's a small doubt, please let me know. I'll be answering it. Let's make our sessions more interactive. Then only it's, this, I know blockchains, this technologies are little new, but then if it is interactive enough, only then that is when you are benefited in a better way. Thank you so much, Aisha. We just have 4 more minutes, so if you have any questions, please put up in the chat box. And also, I want you all to come up with an activity in tomorrow's session. That's the first thing I'm going to ask. How to make the concept of decentralization in a better way, in real world examples that we can make everybody understand in a simple, easy way. So please come up with a thing called decentralization. So I think there are no questions at all. Feel free to come up, meet me in person, and maybe then you would ask and I'll be fine. So I think that's it for today, and we'll meet tomorrow.